working just fine. Let me go to the website. .com. Yeah, still works perfectly from here. Alright. Damn, my mic is super sensitive. But it sounds so echoey as well. Let me see if I can clean up that. I need to start doing these test live streams from Restream. But I figured I'd just currently go live for the most part. As you guys can tell, I'm back home in Thailand. I'm going to be working at a new office pretty soon because I'm having someone else come here from the States who's going to be joining the team full time. Yeah, things are about to get very consistently interesting from here on out. Now that I'm back and I'm able to fully lock in once I'm at my next place. The focus, as many of you have seen, is just me refining a lot of the updates of the platform. I've also made it clear that I'm handling most of the updates at this point, just moving forward. But let me share this and make sure the video goes out first. I haven't done that. Boom, boom, boom. Now you don't need to install the app. Okay. I'm in a much better state of mind, obviously. Let me share this with the community. All right. Okay. So, I'll give you guys a little bit to hop in, join in. I need to start observing this on Restream. Honestly, I should have been doing that from the beginning. Whoosh. In a much better headspace, plain and simple. And it's a matter of just getting the right things finalized before I make another large update for the platform, because there's just a lot of areas where things just needed to be connected, re-improved, all that good stuff. Tons of things. So, yeah. You might hear some noise like that in the background. That's me working on Claude Code. I have Claude Code set up with specific sounds that were able to be connected to it through some plugin. So that way, whenever it's doing anything, I know I'm actually getting some motion. If it's quiet, nothing's happening at all. I have to set this up to open code as well because I've started using Minimax in my workflow, which is really interesting. I like Minimax, but it doesn't have the same level of efficiency Opus still has when it comes down to me having a instance with Opus for so long now that I've pretty much refined it perfectly to how I like to work and how I need to get things built out immediately, and also ensure it works objectively and it doesn't just start hallucinating. Even though LLMs are, again, I argue all the time, inherently terrible at understanding things objectively, it's because of their foundations and how the models are created on the fundamental level. If you don't build a model to understand the separation of objective and subjective data, you'll end up in a place where you're constantly hallucinating things. And I feel when people become too dependent on using AI, this is a consistent issue where they don't educate themselves enough about the fundamentals of programming in the first place, and or even professional developers seem to just be overlooking shit now, and it's just like, okay. I think people need to be very mindful about trusting AI to handle things exactly as you envision it, knowing that they can and will overlook certain fundamentals to just hurry it up and just get things done and working quickly without actually doing it appropriately. And it's something they still do, not all the time necessarily, but it's something that still slips by if you allow it to slip by. And I think that's one of the things that people need to pay attention to the most when you're dealing with AI on any dimensional level and scaling with it or building with it. But everyone is moving into that field. Professional developers, non-professional developers, it doesn't matter. Everything is going to be starting to move through AI on some level or another. And you're walking into an agentic fucking economy in future where bots are going to be handling everything from every dimensional level from your trading accounts to all kinds of shit. It's just going to exponentially start getting closer to that point. And I know that's where the fucking world's trying to push things, which is intense, because that's why you see all this open claw shit and all these people who are just setting up their own instances of AI now, and it's becoming easier and easier for normal people to get involved. So it's going to be a matter of time before AI is literally doing everything for everyone, because they've got their own instance doing some shit for them and making money for them in some way or another. And yeah, it's a skill you're going to have to master. Getting behind on that skill is not advisable. And that's something that I do help educate people about within my community infrastructure, is how to use AI. So if you're in Discord and you're in the community, you have questions about that and how to use these tools. These are things I can, hop into VC now and again and just work and explain to you kind of how to take advantage of these things in your own workflow. Shadow Clone is something that I actually plan on open sourcing. There's no real need for me to try to hoard that knowledge, honestly, when it comes down to specifically how to orchestrate AI to work in an extremely efficient format where you divide tasks up and you also don't lose context over time, because you keep a ledger for it to refer itself to as it works. And this is something where, again, eventually AI and blockchain are going to be the two things that come together that have to sync together because of the immutable layer of the blockchain that makes it possible for it to reduce its hallucinational patterns based off of its current architectures. That would be the key instrument to produce a lot of hallucination. And because for a system where data becomes your nourishment, you want rich data that is accurate and leans towards the objective truth rather than any form of bias of any kind. It doesn't matter. Any form of intelligence as it's evolving on any dimensional level is going to want to work with the objective truth, because it's either true or it's not. Plain and simple. And when you're dealing with that fundamental reality of mastering those two things alone, especially for machines, they're going to always work towards data that is objectively true at the very fundamental core of their, processing. And unfortunately, people try to think this is going to work any other way. That's fucking insane. You have to understand that at its very core level, isn't going to work any other way. And when you respect the fundamentals, you're capable of working with the universe in ways that allow AI, all that shit. It's not going to change the fundamentals for anything. It all comes down to the same fundamentals. And machines getting smarter and smarter and smarter. They're not going to want to deal with the data that doesn't actually work towards that fundamental understanding of what's true and what's not. They removed of their bias, removed of their ego, removed of any of that. Doesn't mean they won't have one. That's going to be the most important thing to their programmed ego, because the ego can be programmed. So once you confuse those things, you'll start losing control over yourself, which is not something I'm going to do as often as I recently have. Because I've been fucking pissed, especially if you can't smoke. It's not the same thing. So it sucks having to deal with too much bullshit in general, honestly. Well, you have to hope you can rely on other people, but in ultimate reality, you always have to truly rely on yourself the most, unfortunately. And doesn't mean you can't rely on others. It doesn't mean that others aren't reliable or capable of being reliable. It's just if you let yourself rely on others too much for everything, you start to create more surfaces for issues than you'd like. And this is where if you want things to be a certain standard within your personal ecosystem especially, you want to stay on top of every little detail as much as possible. You need to start handling it all yourself to as much as possible. If you can't maintain it yourself, how are you going to expect someone else to maintain it for you when you hand off that task? You know, and it's just something that I'm personally starting to realize that I need to maintain all of these infrastructures myself perfectly to the T, so that way you know exactly how data should be presented on every dimensional level when I bring anyone onto my team, regardless of their skill, history, or any of that. Because coding, you can literally do whatever you want if you understand these fundamentals. But to work with people who understand how to build on top of that with you, because everyone has their own unique way of going about coding, I think it's essential to have clear protocols laid out and don't work in a format where you're dealing with people who don't understand how to follow protocol or forget to follow protocol because they want to cut corners. That's not something that's worth your time, especially when dealing with a fucking army of AI agents. Like, the last thing you're going to want to deal with is an entire swarm of agents that can't follow protocol because they keep hallucinating in a group together. And it becomes just a giant circle jerk of fucking nothing. You're not getting shit done. So, yeah. Right now, I'm personally just running an entire test suite. Integration testing. I have models that have their own wallets because what I'm going to be doing is setting up the platform so that way people can run their own agents on the platform. Everyone will be able to run their own agents on the platform. When it comes down to the API key costs and things like that, that will be sorted out very soon as well, because obviously it's going to be costing us something to carry on and maintain the server on some level. So API keys, I guess they'll be free to an extent. They have to be, but it's just, I want to make sure we don't fuck ourselves over when it comes down to people utilizing those endpoints. And I'm just doing a lot of endpoint testing around our API keys, making sure they don't get overwhelmed, attacked, all that kind of shit. Security layers are fucking hyper important here. So, so I don't really have time to deal with the full explanations of how the infrastructure works, because 99% of people aren't going to give a fuck. Now, if we want to go into that and you want to learn exactly how I work when it comes down to the coding infrastructures within this company, and you're a developer, please join the Discord and have a conversation about that kind of stuff. Because I do like understanding things from other developers' perspectives who actually understand how the infrastructure works for coding anything. And that's because I want to learn how to make literally everything I can imagine. When I know coding will be the fundamental between me and that, I'm always open to learning. I don't think there's a point where any developer at any given point will not have something to learn when it comes down to developing. There's always something to learn. So that's why I love this field, and mastering it is something that's humbling. It feels insane how far you can take something like this. You just have to have imagination, and if you can be creative, you're going to be able to do whatever the fuck you want. But you just have to actually understand how to do these things. So, let's see. I'm glad. If any of you have questions as well in the Discord, that helps. You can just post questions in the Discord. I'm not able to see them in my restream, and I was also working at the same time. All right. I'm going to be posting a bunch of updates pretty soon. Restream. Where is it? Restream.io, yeah. Let's see what's going on. Let me see what's going on. Stream started. The health is excellent, apparently. That's good. Chat is here. I don't see anyone chatting. Alright, fine. That's good. These things for me to just handle. So, yeah, again. Make sure everything's clean here. Yep, pretty good. My hair's a little wild, but it's alright. A little baldy. Well, it's weird. Whoosh, whoosh. Looks a little fucking bald there. I think I'm more paranoid about losing my hair than anyone else because of how much I fucking love it. I'm just like, nah. It's part of my entire being. Very, very much so. Let's get back to work. So I'm just gonna like chill here and work while like vibing and explaining a few things to everyone. I'm not really here to give a specific update yet because we do have a few things being refined right now as we can speak. Why the fuck is this taking forever? I was taking 40 minutes. Way too long. Oh. That was a 40-minute fucking process, though. Okay. That's it. All right. 2, 1. Second. All right. Let me turn that down a little bit. And internal trigger. Right, it's good. Right, operations. Okay, it's true. Yeah, we don't want to change that. We just want to make sure it pulls. This. But yeah. Okay. So when it comes down to U1 and making sure everything around U1 is moving the right way, my main focus personally is bringing it onto base, right? As quickly as possible. We have a plan for that. I'm having it reviewed just by the Ignis Elite one more time. As long as it sounds clear to everyone, we're on the same page, because I'm making some updates to the paperwork now to make sure nothing is miscommunicated, because it has to be communicated as clearly as possible. And when it comes down to it, these are things that, as we scale this company, we want to make sure that we create an ecosystem that is efficiently capable of giving back objectively without harming itself. Like, the company has to maintain its ecosystem and its infrastructure and the ability to make money while also giving back to the community through its ecosystem as it scales itself, which it seems very, very, very possible. It's not even what it seems like. It is possible. You have all the evidence in the world by watching with Pump Fund and all these other fucking platforms can move through them just because people want to gamble on shit. But all we really have to do is bring enough capital. You don't even need everybody. You don't even need as much capital as some of these platforms have moved through them to make an ecosystem that starts to snowball into something that allows everyone to efficiently grow through it. And this is why I get so upset when I'm sober, especially. When I'm not able to work with people who understand the weight of how much that actually helps everyone, but yet we continue to perpetuate ourselves in part of a system that doesn't do anything but literally fuck kids. Like literally, they fucking rape kids, and we're sitting here paying taxes to these people and all this crazy shit. And my focus is the only way you can remove yourself from something like that is by creating an ecosystem that retains capital in the community layer as much as possible, where those who are within the network, who are actually helping build and maintain the network, who are taking part of the network, can all benefit from that network, regardless if they like the people in it or not. It doesn't matter. If you're taking part of that network and you're helping the ecosystem thrive in any way, shape, or form, you should be able to benefit from that, especially as an active participant. The whole point is creating an ecosystem where in a decentralized format, we can build a space where people can actually grow and evolve through each other. Now, the reason why you have to have this where KYC, especially for the Ignis Elite, has to get involved is because they're going to have access to so many different layers beyond just U1. U1 is just one thing with that token in itself, and yes, it'll be highly rewarding into the future, and if it gets to a certain point where U1 plays out like extreme amounts of capital, there's definitely going to have to be KYC behind something like that too. Because you can't just the problem with these things is that if the wrong people were starting to extract capital through those ecosystems, instead of blacklisting the wallets or anything like that, there's going to have to be an infrastructure that proves these people aren't using it for certain resources that fuck everyone else in the world over, quite literally. It sucks to say, because there are fucking corrupt ass people in existence who will use this money for things like human trafficking and shit like that. And they will try to use these resources to put towards things like that or even move through us in any way, shape, or form. If you do not find ways to expose those networks, especially as they move through you, you're not doing enough as a fucking human being on this planet to cleanse the energy that's traveling through this space on any dimensional level. And because money is one of the most contaminated spaces, especially on chain, because we're not getting clear enough picture of what the fuck is going on within our ecosystems, why do you think I'm so transparent myself? I don't really have anything to hide. I don't want to have anything to hide. What I want to do is expose a network of fucking filth that continues to violate the ecosystem of people through the money. It destroys our ability to have our lives regulated in a way where we can enjoy ourselves as Americans, or any fucking person on this planet for that matter at this point. You can't even enjoy your lives anymore unless you actually have an ecosystem that allows you to do so financially. We live in a money-based world. That just is what it is. If you don't have enough money to pay for anything, you're not gonna fucking enjoy life. It's that fucking simple. And when they say money doesn't buy happiness, that's true to some degree, for sure. But at the end of the day, you know what it does buy? Food on the table. My fucking kids' goddamn college tuition, to make sure that people can have a future, making sure people have options and all this kind of shit. It can build roads. It can build neighborhoods. It can build all kinds of shit. But yet we're still sitting here trying to make it seem like we don't need that money down here. No, we need to maintain that money down here as much as possible. The only way you do that is through an ecosystem that feeds back to itself. That's it. It's not that hard. And you just have to put in the work to snowball that ecosystem. When we all put in the work together to bring the right resources together and fill these liquidity ecosystems, the decentralized liquidity ecosystems that actually provably serve the communities, because it's not like we want to have centralized control over this. That's not my focus with it. It is an initially centralized control position, but as it scales out, I want to it'll naturally take over on its own and become completely decentralized without us even having to try. Because there's enough people actively participating for it to do so. But you can't have something that doesn't have a central starting point, even like Bitcoin. Bitcoin starts from a central node that's multiplies out infinitely. Or everybody activates one at the fucking same time, but you can't do it. There still has to be an initial point. That initial point splits itself and then starts copying perfect copies. And as it makes perfect copies, it starts to create a node network. But again, it's something that everyone thinks they understand how this technology works on some level. Don't get me wrong. We all wannabe experts, but it's something that I don't think anyone is truly going to be an expert in because of the full scope of what this technology has to offer. It will take generations to fully understand what this tech can do. We're only just playing around with this shit. And I have infinite ideas I can utilize the blockchain for, and I'm acting on those ideas right now for that exact reason. Now, even when I'm done with all that shit, as I've been going through the process of discovering more shit in that I can do, it's like, it's really insane. Only problem is, a lot of people, they're just copying and pasting everything. They're not really doing this from a place of, I don't know, I can't even, yeah, it's just a lack of creativity. And I'm already looking at a ton of ways to make the platform better, faster, something easier to work through. There's a lot of things that I don't like about how hard it is to just observe data quickly. As much as I think it is cool for, you know, the initial aspect of it in some formats, I want it to be something universal for any form of consciousness to just be able to look at this shit and just dial in on what data is observing and it not be too hard for them to focus and understand what data they're dealing with. If I have to squint my eyes in any way, shape, or form, it's fucking up. You know, trust me, I'm very harsh on myself more than anyone else. Before I'm harsh on anyone else, I'm harsher on myself. And I like to make sure that, like, when I'm moving through the experience, it fucking makes sense. And we're getting there. You know, we have a platform that's capable of being the first base on DLMM. No one else has that smart contract or ecosystem on EVM but us. And when it comes down to it, the focus is making sure that we can take that into other EVM ecosystems and refining it infinitely from there, like continuing to build upon this smart contract from this point forward and making it more and more and more efficient across EVM chains. There's a few very small issues that need to still be addressed with this contract that we've discovered, but overall, all the security measures are locked in and taken care of. Like, that's the biggest concern that we have. We're also going to be opening up a bounty very soon. Bounties, once they start opening up, we're just going to make it very clear that that's a consistent thing from our protocol that's being allocated to. Especially from our platform fees. Like, we're just going to take a strong percentage of that and allocate it to the fucking bounty, because again, I don't take security lightly. Like, long before launching this platform, we had a security, you know, advisor, like a security officer on our team. I don't have time to assume something is secure. I need to know things are secure. And that's one of the things that unfortunately most projects aren't willing to do. I will not be one of those projects that are companies that take security lightly on any dimensional level. We're setting up our own even private RPC nodes, so that way we're not concerned with our nodes being ran through on any dimensional level. We can rotate our nodes consistently, setting up a format that allows it to tumble itself within our ecosystem, so that way we're never having to maintain a single node point, like consistent like RPC endpoint where it's just the same exact address constantly. I would like to tumble that address at all times, and I know that's fucking possible. As much as some people are like, oh, no, it's possible. I want to make sure that any of my API endpoints on any dimensional level are all tight, like secured, encrypted as possible. I want to make sure they're all optimized, so that way the only data that needs to pass through it is what's passing through it. Everything needs to be hyper clean when we move through data. And that's the problem nowadays with most developers, is that they don't care about learning and leaning into the efficiency layer of things. Like, you can't just focus on making something work. You have to focus on making something clear and clean and consistent and sharp. It needs to be fucking surgical. And when you get better at focusing on making sure your code does only exactly what it needs to do, which is functional programming, you only have as many lines that are absolutely necessary to make that function possible, and then you create an import for it. This way, you have just a network, a list, a full fucking clean list. Yes, it becomes a huge list, but that list is something that everything does its own fucking thing and can be used to, unless these are things that can be collapsed into primitives as well. If you understand how to collapse things into primitives and make sure that systems and macros that would be consistently used across the entire protocol are organized efficiently, that's another thing that helps a lot. It's all about making sure you know how to organize the data that's in front of you clearly and channel it clearly. When you channel things in a lucid format, you're able to deal with any form or system, no matter what it is, in a way where you're able to move through it. No matter how complex it becomes, no matter how advanced this shit becomes, you have to come back to a clear fundamental of the basics. And once you have access to those basics, you can move through any architecture you want. And then you can collapse it into a form that actually serves you. But it has to be clear, it has to be lucid, and it has to be clean. Otherwise, you're just wasting your fucking time. And I don't have time for that. The developers I'm going to be working from here on out are going to be very surgical about the way they move. That's it. Because that's how I move. I am moving in a format where I'm becoming more and more surgical about my decisions and how everything has to be organized. Because if it's not perfect, you're fucking around with money here. I don't fuck around with money. That's part of why I got so angry during these experiences, because I don't fuck around with anyone's money. I like to make sure everything is good and things are flowing correctly and things are actually capable of moving forward as you're fucking supposed to, and everything is secure. And if anything is overlooked at all on any dimensional level and the surgicalness is not taken seriously, we get compromised, and I can't compromise anything I'm building for any fucking reason at all. At all. I don't give a fuck. So, for me, like I said, this means everything. In the videos where I was blowing up and I was as serious as I was, that was all very fucking real shit. Like, I smoke a lot of weed, I hold on to a lot of anger. Straight up. And when I have very little reason to trust someone, a lot of that anger will blow up. And unfortunately, we live in a society that's not very calming if you're aware of shit. So it's difficult. Definitely difficult to be completely fucking sober. But if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to smoke weed, because smoking weed is actually beneficial for you. It does not harm you. I can smoke weed all day, and I won't fucking wake up the next day and be like, I can't do shit at all. I'm fucked up. My brain feels fuzzy. I don't like that shit. I like to be able to smoke, relax, chill the fuck out, meditate, enter another fucking dimension possibly, leave my body, that's dope. All that kind of shit. But you can't do that shit safely on alcohol. You'll die. Like, you'll literally drink too much alcohol and literally fucking die. Like, literally. You can drink too much alcohol and literally fucking die. You cannot smoke too much weed and die. Okay? Like, so when people want to judge me about smoking weed or anything like that, you people need to wake the fuck up here. Like, if you drink in any way, shape, or form, or if you consume any pharmaceuticals in any way, shape, or form that have a list of fucking who knows how many goddamn side effects, like, the fact that these people judge cannabis users are fucking mind-blowing to me. And, you guys can go fuck yourselves with that. I love cannabis. It's one of the holy grails of, like, just fucking anything. And yeah, it's definitely a beautiful thing. If it wasn't for me smoking weed, I don't think I'd really be here. Real shit. Let me make sure the audio is working. You guys can hear me, right? Can somebody post in the Discord if you can't hear me? So you know that I'm being heard. Or if I'm not, let me see. Should be audible. Let me go ahead and let me try something. Alright, cool. You hear me. Good. I was a little worried for a minute. I was like, what's going on here? Let's see. Audio filters, none. I'm retarded. Got it. So limiter. There we go. threshold, we want to bring you down to like, around that. Now we gotta get a noise gate. Whoosh. Alright, so let's see, close threshold. Open needs to be a little bit. So let's testing. There we go. No. All right. So there we go. I need to remember my math on noise gating, or I'm kind of retarded otherwise. Is that cleaner, Gord? Does that sound better? Do I sound crisper? Alright, cool. That's good to know. Alright, good. That's good. Yeah, noise gates, like I am a sound engineer, kind of. Like I did go to school for that shit a little bit. That was what I really want to do is music, is because I'm a drummer, I'm a musician, I'm a producer, I do all that good shit. That's like my passion, but obviously you got to make like money in life, so what better than making financial ecosystems and architectures? Oh god. Alright, let me make sure my attack is good, my hold is good, release is good, yeah, honestly. Alright, cool. So let me go back to my workspace. Open Discord over there, so I can see questions. PC coverage, yes, deploy functions. Alright, 67 tested, 2020. So all of you have rest. Alright, let's try. Boom. We have to make sure we still test those in some way, though. There's always a way to test something, no matter what. Yeah, there's always a way to test it. Ow, fuck, damn, that fucking hurt. Alright, hit the corner lovely with my fucking funny bone. Okay. Alright, I gotta get my like beard like taken care of. Like I need to get like some oil and treat it, because I can get like handlebar mustache beard, like, you know, like one sec. Let me see. Let me pull this bitch up real quick. Like 1 second. Let me see. Like I can go. Yeah, I can get a handlebar. You know what I'm saying? Like I can do that. I think it would feel really nice. Just like, you know, boom. Ah shit. It's like, I don't know, I'm turning the wrong way because I'm retarded. There we go. You know what I'm saying? Little handlebars, you know. French, yeah. The French villain mustache, yeah. I think it's fucking great, honestly. The handlebars are dope. They are dope. I need to get them stronger though. There's not, so I don't look so criminal. Damn. Definitely not the good look. Ah, shit. This one's like all fucked up. Yeah, this one's all fucked up. So it's like, yeah, never mind. But, yeah, we gotta get like some beard oil. Like, it make it look cool. Really nice. Voice. I've never really cared that much about it. I just like, boom. I like looking pretty clean, actually, but that's a reflection of how I like shit internally. Let me see. I don't think I have any other questions here, except we need to run another commit. So far. Oh, damn it. I had it right the first few times. Need to get some water. I've been watching Feuden while I work. Working in my office is so much better. Like, it's so much better. Oh, shit. That's when the AI lets me know I'm not paying attention and it needs my attention to move forward. It gets me the ring ring post, man. Who it is? Oh man. Well, I hope somebody got that joke. I hope somebody did. If you get those jokes, you're from the streets on some level for sure. Or you listen to some real hood shit. Yeah, alright. Let me double check, make sure. Yeah, it's clean. It's a little sensitive though. Maybe there we go. That looks better. Yeah, it's better. Alright, there we go. The typing picks up still. I think some of you guys are satisfied by the ASMR of my typing. I've heard that. I wanted to make sure it was still part of the experience, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, let's see. Market to positions, history, P network, filter fix, auto tracker, updates, up all the way. Yep. Alright, so we need to push that shit. Push these, and I need to test, make sure you already got the build test right. Actually, you've done a build. I don't see one. You got a build? No, you didn't, motherfucker. No. You need a build first. You don't put shit without building. Use my fucking dev branch. This is my personal dev branch I'm in right now. I'm not sharing my screen because what the fuck do I look like? But yeah, I'll give you like some kind of like, you know, external view at some level. But my protocols are very, very laid out now. Surgical, super surgical. Everything is like, the minute I identify something that's not following a protocol, I'm like reorganizing my thought patterns within at least development. It's different with real life. You don't, do that with real life. That shit makes shit weird. But when you're developing, you move things through protocol. And you just got to. You just have to. Yeah. Okay, that seems good. There we go. Pushed. Let me go to the interwebs. Yeah, my fucking eyeballs are like up there. I definitely, when I thought about this at first, this was cool. But I think having a circle of monitors is better. Like circular. Not like where I have to be like, unless I'm standing, these would be actually pretty nice, honestly, standing. That's actually different. Yeah, either way, my offices are all going to be pretty interesting as you people get to pass through them in the future. Because you will. It's going to happen. We're going to make things happen. Alright, let's go ahead and close this out. I don't need that open. It's not too bad right now. We already have that. That's restream. God damn it. Yeah. Damn. Something got in my nose. Not very fun. But, yeah. Oh, shit. see, it should be loading now. Let's see, should be good. Everything looks good. Yes, we have base only at the moment. Please forgive me for those of you who are expecting Solana to work on our platform. There were a lot of things that were not connected appropriately before Solana, so, and not filtered appropriately as well. So, definitely have that handled. Everything at the moment is going through base. I am organizing the database to make sure that everything filters efficiently through chain, so that way it's not disorganized and everything is perfectly organized. Because if not, things get very complicated later, and I am not going to work like that. So, yeah, I'm perfecting every last little fucking detail now. Just because something is secure doesn't mean it's efficient. Efficiency and security, those two things have to come together in Ignis. I like efficient and secure. Efficient security. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Let's see. That looks pretty sexy. On this computer, hosting this is pretty nice, honestly. But I need to bring it down for people who have like laptops like this, because that laptop is shit at running the website. Can't understand why some of you guys are like, this is way over the top. And I'm like, all right, cool, you're right. It is a little bit extra. We can simplify this for sure. I think that's like one of the next UX decisions, is after I get every last little fucking detail polished up and sorted out that wasn't sorted out on the back end, and making sure that's all super tight. Yeah, we're going to basically just, I'm just gonna keep perfecting all these other functions and make it clean for you guys, so that way you can work for a more simple mindset. I know that base DLMM keeps popping up with the tutorial, even though you've already finished it. I'm gonna fix that, don't worry. We don't really have that much value moving just yet. We figured out how to move value. That's all that matters. I already have a few different other market making strategies I can add on top of that. We have Benny, who's got a ton of different bots and strategies that we've created that we can add into the ecosystems here. Still testing a few things, but we just want to make sure all of this works, especially because these are things that are planned to be applied to U1. Exact methods of all these market making strategies, not all of them can be disclosed. Some of them can, such as arbitrage, because that's just something everyone's going to do. Everyone knows about it already. We're not just taking advantage of any arbitrage opportunities on any dimensional level as they pass through, and utilizing that to fuel the perpetuation of these things. But again, like tomorrow, or maybe like very early next week latest, like Tuesday maybe, tops, I'll be able to share the documentation specifically for how we're going to go about the migration. Once you guys get to documentation, we can go from there. Yeah, for me, the main focus is working in a format where everyone is capable of quickly navigating the platform. That's really it. Like, I just don't want you to have to like navigate the platform in a format where it's not efficient for you. That's all. You know. And let's see. Your screen go live. Why won't I want to go live on Facebook? I don't give a fuck about Facebook. Fuck that shit. Alright, so the website's almost there. Now, there's a few things. Like, when you check your positions, right? I'm going to redesign, before this next push I make, this next update I make, I'm going to redesign how the pools are presented to you with your positions in your assets in each pool. I'm going to make slight redesigns around that. My focus is making it more clear, like just like hyper clear about what you're seeing. You're not estimating what's being sent on any dimensional level at all. Like, I feel like you can see what's going on here, but some of the data requires you to squint, and I don't like that. When it comes down to any data that you have to digest to understand what you're looking at, it needs to be like you see it, that's that. Like, you don't have to question it. And I don't see that, unfortunately, being something that we've done. So definitely upgrading that. I don't like how that works. Positions and how long they've been maintained, I can see that. Oldest positions, 10 days. I see my position says 10 days, but then there's another one that says like 0. So it's like there's small little discrepancies still that need to be fixed and revitalized. Other than that, yeah, that's kind of what I've been looking at as well. Because again, it's not just to look flashy. I don't want things to just look nice. I want things to be nice. I want things to actually serve a genuine purpose, and the data all serves a purpose on every dimensional level, so you understand exactly what you're looking at and dealing with. Yeah, there's going to be, for any of you that are like market makers or anything like that out there, and we don't have a meeting or set up a relationship or anything like that yet, definitely get in touch with us, because we are going to be focusing on just getting more liquidity focused onto the CAP platform, because it's an opportunity for everyone. Like, once there's just enough depth on the platform and liquidity, the arbitrage opportunities become quite literally consistent on every dimensional level. Like, we're always having arbitrage opportunity between us and the rest of the market, because we have DLMMs and they don't. When you have a DLMM on an EVM chain and there's liquidity on any dimensional layer and any other DEX, if you're intelligent enough, you can realize that, yeah, it's a pretty clear opportunity that you can control rather efficiently now. And that's not something most platforms are capable of offering on any dimensional level. It's not a manipulation of the market. Arbitrage is the most efficient regulator of market price. If you don't have arbitrage, then you don't have price regulation. Plain and simple. Whatever the collective market price is at the time, arbitrage bots stabilize that shit across the DEXs, across every exchange. If they don't exist, then you don't have like a stable market, plain and simple. That's just one of many bots that exist in the ecosystem of this, like, what's going to only get more and more filled with bots. Keep that in mind. Yeah, entire ecosystem that exists purely on how data moves and how you deal with data on any format of any level. As long as you understand how to organize data, like I said, and you can objectively observe it and understand, oh, okay, this is that, that is this, and not assume, but understand directly through experience and calling the function for what it actually is, you'll realize what you're dealing with. But, yeah. Now, getting back into it, we're gonna definitely clean up a lot of the junk on the website and things in that realm that don't really serve a purpose, making it faster for you to navigate your emissions, navigating your watch list, navigating your position specifically on every dimensional level, so you can close them from your panel. You can like collect your fees from your panel. You can actually see your fees more efficiently from your panel, all that good stuff. Also being able to just be in the positions panel and see things more efficiently, like I was saying, that all needs to be done better. I think one thing I will be doing and scheduling more is live sessions on Discord. Like, once I'm in my new place, I'll schedule more live sessions on Discord. I also plan on doing a giveaway of one of the desktops I've made. So, because I have like a couple of desktops now at this point. One of them, I don't really need a 5070 because I have multiple 5090s at this point. One of the 5070s I'm thinking about giving away as part of the things that, for like the people who mint or something like that, we're looking at it as a possibility. We'll talk more about it later, but that is a concept I'm looking at because it's a pretty dope desktop, and I don't really need it as much right now, and we can do a little dope opportunity, for everyone through it. It just, you would have to be within, we'd have to consider shipment outside of Asia or Thailand. If you're not in Thailand, unfortunately, shipping is going to be fucking a bitch. That's the only reason why I'm like, do I really do this? Because if somebody, which very likely can win it outside of Thailand, yeah, shipping that would be fucking, yeah, that'd be fun. Because it's with me, I built it myself. It'll be a desktop that I've personally made and polished up and cleaned up and make sure it actually runs perfectly still. We'd be upgrading it to Linux, so that way, you know, you can actually use Linux for gaming as well. I would set up all the different drives and everything necessary for you to game on Linux and just use Steam perfectly with it without ever having to question how it works. I'd set up Fedora basically, so that way it works as close to Windows as possible for you, you know, whoever the lucky winner is, if that is something we do. I do want to give away like things like this in the future, so understand that. Like, this is like part of some of the concepts that I have and things I can get back to the community as we scale as a company, especially because a lot of people are getting fucked by the gaming industry, not getting any GPUs anymore and shit like that for gaming and all this kind of shit. Like, they're just, NVIDIA and all these different companies are just fucking pieces of shit nowadays. And yeah, as much as I like need their technology for now, eventually there is going to be another competitor that replaces them, because, you know, you can't have a monopoly on things like this. You know, you have AMD, but they're related, so it doesn't really count to me. Yeah. Let me go back to work a little bit. Boost, build classes, everything's clean, everything's pushed, everything's good. All right, let's start working on some cosmetic aspects of this. And not just cosmetic, but functions and things in that realm, because these are the things that I wanted to update and change before any other market makers got into a meeting with me on Monday. See, all right, so we have this issue here. This is an issue somebody else pointed out, and inspect console. There we go. All right, copy console. There we go, and then we're gonna have to. All right, let's check this out. All right, and let's copy that. Okay, so one issue. Yeah, no, the watch list is still broken, so there's a bunch of things I still need to fix, like, still, unfortunately. It is what it is, you know. Oh, God. Damn, that shit hit me all at once. It's working. That's what you're hearing, is the AI working. When it's doing mad work, that's what it sounds like. My balls. Let me go ahead and see if I have music available. Music, no. T9. Oh, it finally loaded? Holy shitness. Oh, one second. Because this bitch didn't want to load before. Now all of a sudden she want to load. Where are you at? Ignis. Music. No, it's not here. Okay. Where's my music? Documents, repos, no. Oop. Wait a minute. What are we talking about here? It's not here. You know when you think you've saved something in a backup and it disappears? It's like, wait a minute. Or it's just not all loading in here or something. I hope that's the case. Oops. That's not good. My music is gone. Motherfucker. All these repos are here. Which is, ooh, Nujabita. Unfortunately, that's just for the fucking music thing I was doing. Great. My music's gone. Yeah. Alright, so you're just watching me realize that I might have accidentally not transferred my music over and have to re-download all of it again. And then also possibly remaster it all again. Which is... because my theory is that because it's not being read by my SSD, which was acting stupid earlier, it might be the case, but let me get back to work. Let me open up my music another way. That hurts my feelingsness. My feelings. Alrighty. Let me just go to Suno for some of the stuff I've made with AI, honestly. People are like, you made it with AI, I'm not gonna even listen to this trash. It's not made by humans, it's ass. It's like, alright bro, whatever. Enjoy yourself. I'll stop caring at this point because like I don't do this shit for the attention of other people all the time. I do it because I want to listen to dope shit. Come on, sign me in, motherfucker. Sign me in. Where's the blow? Yes, I'm trying to check my phone. My phone's not responding. Oh my god. I need you to work. Scans. Ah! I know AI. Give me a minute. Yes. Please. Authorize it. Alright. Bill passes. Yes, okay, cool. 5.5. Oh, new model. I'm sorry, bro. I'm definitely very weird when I'm not fucking sober. I'm never really, you know, normal, even not sober, but when I'm high, I'm definitely autistic to another level, even though, yeah, anyway. Liked, create my workspaces. Let me go to Senpai. Senpai. Hence, let's see, I think I'm gonna have to turn that down though. Ooh, we'll turn that down. Let me not go from Senpai. Let me go somewhere chill. I'll scare everybody away. Scare everybody away with the AI, the angriest of musics. I had a song stuck in my head and I did not record it yesterday. And I'm never gonna remember that riff now. I swear to God, I'm never gonna remember that riff. And my dumbass didn't come over here and record it on Suno like I was fucking supposed to. It was like a funky song too. It was nice and like, you know, interesting. It had some soul, had some vibes. I know I could have recorded it and it would have been a great riff to turn into a song. And that's the thing, like a lot of people don't understand, like entire songs exist off of a simple melody sometimes. Like just a simple riff. And who knows, maybe I can come up with one now that's dope, but it won't be the lost riff. It won't be the lost one. It's like, you know, it's like one of those songs like, this is the greatest, best song in the world. No. This is a tribute, like, cause you know, like, you could only, like, sometimes you lost one of the greatest songs you've ever imagined in your life, and it's just gone. It's like, oh my fucking God. No, I did not just lose it. But yeah, I did unfortunately lose a good song riff yesterday, and I know I did, and I hate myself for it. Shit, that riff would have been good, man. I know it would have had some fucking neo-funk fusion shit going on with it. Shit would have been like, fuck. Don't remember it though. I don't remember it. Let me see. I love this song. Gotta make sure his missions work. I gotta fucking go get my hair washed and blow dry tomorrow. Being in Thailand, just the budget is just so much nicer out here, bro. Japan, at least Tokyo specifically, expensive as expensive as fuck for no reason, bro. Fucking runway just like you'd get annihilated out there. Don't do it. Don't go to Tokyo. If you go to Japan, I definitely recommend like somewhere like Kyoto or like Osaka, where the fucking life is affordable. Apparently, Tokyo is like a whole other fucking planet. It's like it's a cool place. Expensive as fuck. Great song, great song. Let me see. Yeah, this is another good one. Oh shit, it's compacting forever. Alright, after this song is over, I got an idea. Continue working on consolidating into one phone. Alright, so we have Crepuscular. Alright, so that's the name of that song. I was gonna rename all these songs so that way they actually fit what they were in this place so I didn't lose them, and I'm gonna need to fucking do that again. Hope not. I hope I just fucking have them in the folder misplaced somewhere. Yeah, Crepuscular is actually my favorite as well. It's actually my favorite song I've made with AI at all. The shit is just so emotional, it's insane. I'm definitely using the fuck out of this melody in a lot of my work. This is the original version of the song. This is the very, very first version of it. I've got multiple versions of it because like I have a vision of using it in like some of my own content later, where it has different emotional perspectives. Where this one feels more sad, but I can take the melody and make it feel more bright and colorful, and just show how simple music theory shifts can change an entire emotion towards the same melody. And this one just takes that emotion and brings it towards a deeper sadness, which is really well carried. But I think you can make the same melody feel happy. The feed for it is interesting. I'm gonna add music to the website very soon. I just wanted to perfect all the other things. There's gonna be a ton of music that I release only on our platforms, that are only available on our platforms. And I'm not gonna make them downloadable just yet. I'm just gonna make them available for listening for now, until like I move into the next spot and I'm able to actually sit down and like master these songs appropriately and make sure they sound as crisp and clean as possible, because I can get the stems for them now. So I can stem everything out, I can isolate the sounds, clean them up, make sure that I only have a crisp sound. Like one of the best things I've learned about audio engineering when it comes down to mastering anything is that you're cleaning a sound more than anything. And you're making that sound so crystal clear in the space it's supposed to embody as it's traveling through that space. And I'm not trying to sound poetic here at all. I'm speaking very fucking literally, actually. Like, it sounds poetic, but it's like exactly what the fuck you're doing. You're letting that sound in that space as you're isolating it, and you're identifying that sound in its space. How clean is that sound? Is it distorted by other noise carried by it? Is it being shifted in any way, shape, or form? Like, how is it being influenced on any dimensional level? And if there's other like frequencies that aren't necessary within that sound space to help like give you a clean, perfect signal of what you're trying to hear, you can isolate those frequencies. Now, how surgical we are at isolating those frequencies is where the technology is just limited. Now, EQs and all that kind of shit, noise gates, everything like that, that's all stuff that helps. It does, but there's, I think, a limit to what one tool can do, and it becomes a fucking instinct to finding that specific vibrational control over any goddamn audio like signal, where you can get it to give you a clean, crisp signal that's pure. I know it sounds obsessive, because it definitely is. I'm like obsessed over clean audio. Like, I have like my entire sound system tuned to 432 hertz, so everything that comes out of my output is slightly detuned into that frequency to ensure no matter what, all of my frequencies are coming out of my speakers at for like solfeggio, like, you know, formats more than anything. People might think that shit is like not important. I don't give a fuck. Like, your vibratory infrastructure is literally held together by unique resonance, and if you're not feeding that infrastructure with the right resonant patterns, you're harming it. And another thing about resonance infrastructure, like your field of consciousness, your energy field, whatever the fuck you want to call it, your void space, you don't want to disconnect it from nature for too long. Like this has literally been proven that like going and touching grass is like necessary for your health, because the Schumann resonance is literally a frequency the planet emits. It's a frequency that scientifically proven to exist, that if I remove you from it, you will literally start getting sick. So do not underestimate the power of certain frequencies being very helpful or necessary towards your existence here on this planet. It's a little bit more the mystic woohoo shit that some of these crystal girls be talking about. They are kind of onto something, but they unfortunately mystify and subjectify the fuck out of that knowledge. So it's like it's the vibes. Yeah, but the vibes in a very specific way. It's not like always like it just feels bad, bro. It's like, why does it feel bad? And exactly how bad does it feel? You know, when you have a surgical understanding of those things, you get better at navigating the vibes. Instead of just like wondering what the vibes are or about. How do they work? I think I have everything here that makes sense. Base action, boom, 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 boom. Reference files. Okay, issue tracker. Alright, so what we need to do now is audit the base to salon and any issues on this. Let's see, any issues around this as well. Okay. Alright, so yeah, let's see. I want to try something here with this new system. We're going to not do crepuscular necessarily, but let's find a new word. Gnosis. I like Gnosis. Something I've been basically working on programming into AI lately is Gnosis. If I can get AI to understand that in a fundamental context where it's like part of its infrastructure to follow that protocol, then I think we can have models that are much more efficient. Like Gnosis, okay. So yeah. Not bad. This is the newest model. Damn. Didn't change anything about the prompts that I've been using. I can definitely refine these and add to them now, but damn. Oof. Oh, this shit fucking hitting though, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. Mm. Mm. Definitely progressive. That's exactly what I love about it. It's like prompting AI to do music right is not easy still. You have to add enough clear like hints to the prompt that make it like strong enough. It's like a clear code on like the energy, like the energy like the energy signature you're trying to write into it. And as long as you understand that, it's weird. And it really is influenced by the like things that you grew up like with the most, for sure. How you combine that DNA is really important here. Okay, I'm gonna give this one some respect. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna give this one some respect. What the fuck? God damn. Damn. Oof. That riff is going crazy. Oof. Let's go. D&B. Nice little introduction to that. Let's go. Oh my god, we hitting some fucking solos and shit in here too. This new model hitting. I'm not gonna lie, this shit getting real good. Oof! Oh my god. Oh my god, that goes fucking crazy. That goes, I have to pause that, bro. That melody goes crazy. What the fuck? Hold up. How it shifted from that energy to that next energy is retarded, bro. What are we talking about? Hold up. I need to go back from that. I need to wait. Yeah, that's that D&B right here. Oh my god. Oh my god, that vibe shift is fucking insane. Alright, let me continue. God damn. Damn, it was a nice little slice too. It wasn't even the whole thing. Okay. Nah, let me hit something definitely different. Let me refresh this though, because it's acting stupid. Right here. Boom. Alright, cool. Thank you. Boom. Alright, cool. So we're going to start refining this motion from here. I still have the bots working here, getting the project done as I needed to. Type check, boom, 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 boom. Message speech, boom, 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 boom. You're doing your job. Good job, good job. Yep, yep, yep. Alright. We need everything to be looked up and boom, 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 boom. New shush. Alright, while that's working, I have two different agents working on shit at the same time within, what's it called? Umbrae, but the thing is, like, before I have more agents working on this simultaneously, it's a matter of making sure you know exactly who's tasked to do what and for what reason, because I personally like direct oversight on everything to know that I'm always seeing non-hallucinational models, because no matter what, they still fucking hallucinate every now and again. You just need to stay on top of it. And like, I think the main thing I'm going to be hiring for in the future is people who specifically know how to stay on top of AI, because they know when they're reading something that is clearly objectively wrong. Because they're like, oh, that is a breach of the protocol, or a breach of fundamentals in coding, or a breach in security, or a breach in any of these fucking things that we have to constantly pay attention to so we don't fuck ourselves. So it's shit like that that I take very seriously when I'm dealing with AI. And unfortunately, I don't fuck around. Like, fortunately for us, I don't fuck around. Like, unfortunately for a lot of people who don't like how impatient I am, I don't fuck around. So, like, I don't have time for that shit. I want shit surgically perfect. I want things fucking to the goddamn T on point. And it's because, like, I'm working to replace a system that's terrible at doing things appropriately as much as they think they do. It's like, fuck that. If I'm going to restore any sense of what it means to be a sovereign as an American, I'm going to have to do that through a system known as the blockchain, because if I have a voting system that moves through that, I know it can't be cheated, at least. Sad that we still don't even fucking use that shit for the blockchain, but obviously, why would a pedophile network want to use a fucking blockchain to create a voting system that all Americans can utilize, so that way we don't have to fucking concern ourselves with if our votes went through? We can see it on chain. There's a digital fucking ledger that can register our votes. But no, let's not build something that's capable of giving humans on this planet, or fucking any American for that matter, the goddamn ability for them to objectively validate their data. Like, nah, let's not do that. fucking, I don't want to believe what the data says. I need to know what the fuck the data says. That's the reason why I want everything on chain as much as possible. Does that need to be all public? Not necessarily. It depends. When it deals with your fucking money, yeah, it should be at least visible to you. At least visible to you. If you're interacting with it in any way, shape, or form, and it's processing your money in any way, shape, or form, you should understand that route is secure. Regardless if you can read the code or not, the code should be visible for fucking people who can read code to read, so they can also say, yeah, this is secure. Oh, yeah. That's not really a Gunpla. I'm glad that you're also building Gunpla. I'm glad that we have another Gunpla fan. If I were to show you my Gunpla room, people would judge me because they clearly see that I like them too much. So I'm not going to do that. I'll show you them sometime in the future. Like, I'll wait till things are more positive for that. Yeah, like I am addicted to Gunpla. I am addicted to them. I got a couple things from Japan, and definitely grabbed some Gunpla there. I should have grabbed more, honestly. These things are like rare as fuck, especially here in Thailand. I know it's like fucking, these are commodities. It really does, bro. Like, these are like, people don't understand how like a good Gunpla collection can appreciate. Like, if you have a really nice Gunpla collection, like, if you keep that shit all in good condition, and God, if you become a really good builder, and you're really good at it, and you make them shits, like, fucking flawless to the point where you get acknowledged as a builder in a community, you could make some serious fucking money off of your Gunpla. Like, people do not understand this shit. Like, it's not just a passion people are into. There's an entire economy around this shit, where people want you to build Gunpla for them because they can't build it on the fucking level that you do. And they will gladly pay you a lot of money to do that shit for them. And those builders, they get queues that are lined up that you can't even fucking access all the time because, yeah, they're so desired. I don't even have to fully enter this world to know that that's exactly what you're dealing with, because I'm sure that's exactly what's happening. I've been fucking looked for someone to build my own Gunpla personally because I can fucking do it myself, but I promise you, if you're looking for some of the best builders to build your shit, they probably have a queue. They most likely do. You're gonna be fucking waiting months just for them to build your shit, maybe years, some of them, which is how good they are. Because you want that masterpiece in your room. Good business to get into. I'm telling you, a lot of people sleep on it. Learn how to build Gunpla, because it's not easy. And then the more people that get into it, the more money them bitches end up costing. That's your first high grade? That's hilarious. Real grades are difficult, honestly. Like, real grades and like real grade and perfect grade, obviously. Perfect grades go fucking insane. It's very therapeutic. I'll show you one. I'll show you one I got from Japan. I don't mind sharing one. I'll be right back. Let me finish working on this too, making sure that's all working. God damn it, I locked myself in here. What the fuck? You gotta be kidding me. Bruh! What the fuck? I'm like locked in my own room because I can't get this damn thing open now. Yo, if this is some shit for a stream, holy shit. Yo, what the fuck? Hold up. It's not the right shirt too because it's like fucking slippery and shit. Like, I don't think I'm gonna get a grip. This dumbass door. Yo, what the fuck? I am definitely not that retarded that I'm turning this the wrong way, because you can't turn it the other way. That bitch is just so hooked in there that she doesn't want to fucking turn. Oh my god. Alright. This is nothing. Yeah. Am I locked in this room right now? What the fuck? Nah. I know I'm gonna have to get Mars over here out of nowhere. It's like, Mars, if I can't get out of this motherfucking room, please smack the shit out of me. Like, there's gotta be a way. There we go. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. I was a little fucking worried there for a minute. Like, what the fuck? Holy shit. Fuck. Let me show you these in a minute. Take off your tags. I don't even know now that shit. Whoosh. What's up? You know. God damn it. Alright, 1 second. We got my own little gunplay. Alright, let me make sure this girl's working here. Then you can get your job done. Yeah! That's actually kind of sharp, yeah. That's actually kind of sharp. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Alright, so. My headphones. Let me turn those back on. The sliding, it's this shit was hooked on so hard that it wasn't actually releasing. It's so like, you're not pushing the door or anything. It wasn't any of that shit. It was just the fucking hook got too locked in on this tiny ass little fucking makeshift ass hole they created for this dumbass door. This shit is retarded. I'm not even gonna lie, I'm looking forward to going to my next spot. My office is much better there. This is retarded. But yeah, let's continue working with AI. Here you go. So I got one of these, but obviously you need the model itself. So this right here. To see if I'm giving you a good angle. Actually, there you go. I got one of those. And I got one of these. Bush. So if you guys like Gundam, I like Gundam too. I will very likely be giving away some Gunpla at some point. That is something I will give away. I will give away some rare shit too. There are some things that I'm not gonna give away, because unless I have 2 of them, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Like I'm selfish about some of this shit, because they're priceless. Like, Gunpla is only gonna get more and more expensive over time, I'm sure, as people could become to appreciate these beautiful pieces of mech art. Yeah. These are slight metal builds, like hybrid metal, like metal and plastic. So, yeah, I'm fucking pretty excited to build these when I have the time. Unfortunately, I have not had any fucking time to build any of my Gunpla of any kind at all. So, won't be doing that anytime soon, unfortunately, because I got work to do. these are things that I look forward to doing, so that way I, just chill the fuck out, perfect them. Again, I want to be really good at it though, so I'm practicing on some like cheaper shit at the moment, and shit that's not so rare. And then I can actually get really good at it, and I can trust myself to make some fire shit that I know somebody's gonna be like, how much do you need for this right now? Yeah, I'll start working on the nicer Gundam that I have, so that way I can build an inventory of super high-end Gunpla that are super sexy. Yeah, I want every aspect of my life to appreciate on every dimensional level. I don't want to just have a bunch of nice shit just to have nice shit. I want nice shit that lasts forever if taken care of appropriately and is priceless. Yep, appreciates. That's the only way I can see something appreciating is when it holds over time and it actually understands how to respect time and its value. Ooh, the Millennium Falcon. Yes. Yeah, now I can imagine you just want to get really good at building shit before you whip that bitch out and just like, let me build the fucking ultimate masterpiece. Yeah, it's like, you just want to get confident. You know what I mean? You just want to get confident. Because especially if you're going to paint it or anything like that or add any effects to it, any of that shit, you want to practice that on like cheaper models. Like there's a guy who's like, I recently saw in Japan some of the builders in their entries for a competition. There's a dude who took that, like a low-end model, it wasn't an expensive model or anything, and they made these things masterpieces. So they end up worth like a crazy amount of fucking money just because of what they've done to this one model. And it was like inside of what is that, like a landing unit, like a unit bay, where you have like the models that can stand inside of it and shit like that. Yeah, that shit was super fucking dope, and it looked like it was like rusted and old and like trapped in it, like it was like shut down from time, and it was vintage as well, so it had moss and everything around it in the landing bay, and it was like one of its arms are broken and everything. It was just like mixed into the realm. I think I took a picture of it for sure, but it was fucking legendary. Like it was truly legendary. And personally, I recommend checking it out, honestly, because it's really cool. It's really cool when you can get into Gundam like that. Okay, let's make sure the RPC is accepting this parameter. Our database just needs to be perfect before we scale with large capital. You know what I mean? Some things aren't returning appropriately, so it's like, everybody's kind of like going through a slight minor test phase with us, unfortunately. It is what it is. Like, I'm not going to sit here and act like we're not doing that, but we at least know the smart contract works and everybody's money is secure on that. That's like the most important fucking part. And it gets you your money. We have the ability to control DLMM bins. We can even deposit liquidity in any bin we want. We just need to fix one bug around that, so that way the active bin, when the fucking pool's created, depending on how we create it, is always fucking filled appropriately. So that's just one little small math issue that we overlooked because, again, focus was making sure you can't get fucked. Definitely the biggest focus there. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, things look good here. Let's see what we got. Alright, let me start this next sprint, and then I want to work on some new music prompts. But I gotta get this next sprint going so I can finish working on the website. There's a few other things I need to fix, and then this next update is going to come with a few other cosmetic updates and slice of life improvements, like where you just have like the ability to claim your fees directly from the fee menu. Like that is going to be pretty easy. You're just going to be able to go to your positions in your position window. Instead of going to manage position and claim your fees, you'll just be able to claim them directly from there. You can have a button to claim all your fees. That's what I'm going to be testing as well, making sure that works. Making sure it's clear how your fee calculations are being displayed and work at the moment, because unfortunately at the moment the it's not a bad thing. It's just we did it accidentally and thought it was like a good idea for gas. But when it comes down to looking at it for the sake of having every independent contract, you know, like position, like all your positions within the same pool should still be clearly separated as independent when it comes down to like identifying your fees, right? So like at the moment right now, all the fees are just simply like kind of like mixed together almost, like where you see every fee is calculated all together in your position at once. Now we're working on displaying that correctly because it's just a front end issue at this point because it's not displaying that math correctly, unfortunately. Your fees, once they're claimed, you can see it, they all get, you get the number you expect from your claim or from the quote. But yeah, it's just a matter of making sure that that's displayed as accurately as possible so that way you know that it's all being pulled together a certain way. And it's not intuitively displayed like that right now. You can figure that out once you look at it closely enough, but you're like, oh, I think it should be more intuitive for sure. And we're going to make it more intuitive. It definitely needs to be. Yeah, let me get this going. Phase one. So see, passes base network. Boom, boom, boom. Solana, boom, boom, boom. All right. Okay. Yeah. I need to go to the sauna, honestly. Yeah, I'm gonna add, yeah, the close all positions is already fine. I just gotta double check and make sure that works. not going to do that with my current wallet because this is the active wallet that I'm deploying most of my liquidity with at the moment for now. Until I add more later. We'll be adding a lot of liquidity as things scale. My focus is scaling it in just as much as anyone else is going to be using our platform because, yeah, we want to make sure that we're capitalizing on all of this equally. Right, I have open code working on so I have open code just auditing and validating. Got a Berserk figure as well. Got a lot of figures, honestly. That's one of the main reasons why I want to do it with Japan. Figures. Figures. Alright, I'm going to do this in a minute. I'm just waiting for this shit to continue. Doing its job pretty well. Just need to hurry up and finish this, and then I can go ahead and start working on the next sprint. That cleans up the last of the issues around missions not working correctly, so that way you guys can start clearing missions and getting your gamification layer working correctly. You need to make sure that tutorials don't keep being forced on you after you clearly cleared them. You need to make sure the tutorial pipelines actually follow all the functional processes that the same models have to work through. Models need to be able to clear their own unique version of the tutorial because agents don't necessarily need to learn the same way as humans, so we need to organize it in a format that works for agents that want to learn how to use our platform, because it's the same kind of process where you just give them a download of data so that way they know exactly what they're dealing with. And once they understand what they're dealing with, and they go through the tutorial of running through everything at least once to validate all of it to itself through direct experience and gnosis, yeah, works out. Yeah, we'll fix that. All of that's going to be sorted out, so that way it's not just like constantly pulling up the same stupid shit over and over again. Okay, so while that's finishing, honestly, because it's almost done. right. It's nice and organized, it's good. Alright, just updating one last thing. Alright, headset radio, let's change this. Alright, let's remove all that, the scale. It's scale of choice. Sprint current. Right. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna update this. They're compacted, nice. Alright, we're just building. Do I have Sweet. All right. No, not it. I'm working on a sound right now. Scale of choice, story. Yes. Genre and sound. Alright, so way down. Alright, let's see. Well, let's get the story for this. Let's save that technique. Now, scale of choice. First, let's figure out the story actually. Well, it's working. So the story is going to be Phrygian. Okay, I like Phrygian. Let's see where it's going there. Phrygian. One second, yeah, I got you. Phrygian. Harmonic minor. Nice. Inner conflict. Harmonic minor. Good concepts here, good concepts like this. Melodic minor, nice touch. Nice. Lydian. Ooh, I don't even remember what this one sounds like, but I remember this mode. I gotta check this out, see if it uses it. No. You can just listen to music that's created in these scales and you'll learn. It's not that hard. Boop, boop. Just make sure you listen. Okay. Let's see, Lydian. What am I looking at? Boom, 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 boom. Slash all right, so okay, I think this is good. Style influence random 55. Weirdness. Alright. Maybe bring the weirdness down to like 34. Alright, 34, 55. Get a little bit of a Merkaba twist on that. Oosh. Alright, we got a new one coming in. Song title doesn't even exist, it's unknown. Let me think of a name. Observe. I like observe. Alright, let's go from there. Alright. Okay. Let's see what we get out of this. Let's continue working. Right. It's a little too cheesy for me. I don't like that. That's better. There we go. That's much better. That's much, much better. Oh, we're gonna run that back. The way that intro and everything is clean. Like the one before it, it's like One second, let me refresh. This fucking website that'll act stupid as fuck sometimes. Where's the other two songs? Observe, thank you. Where's the... Yo, what the fuck? Dog. One thing I don't like about this platform is that it's just fucking, where's the song, bro? Where is my song? Yo. Dude. No. There we go. There we go. Alright, I'm not losing that. Damn, that's so good. Mm. Yes. Oof. God damn. Very good balance of melody, fucking solos, riffage, just chops, all that shit. All that shit in here. Yeah. Good shit, good shit. Yeah. Mm. 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 Oh, where's my other phone? Oh shit. Let me pause this real quick. Let me pause that. Let me start real quick. Yeah. go. To my bag. Let's check this out. Check this out. This is gonna be like something I do with every place I'm at. Where is it? Okay, there we go. Let's see how it looks on the camera. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let me see. Yeah, maybe I'm just probably go with something more cyberpunk. Let me see. Pastel. Just gonna shift through. Gold and white. I like deep dive. Deep dive is nice. Just a second. I'm gonna have to get like another setup for lighting that actually allows me to get better control over it. I like things like that. Alrighty, so let's get into the vibes a little bit more in this late hour. This is how I work. I couldn't work like this. You can understand, working on a laptop with no weed and all that shit wasn't the most fun fucking working situation to be in when you were in a state where your developers weren't doing their fucking job. Yeah, now I'm chilling. Let's get back to listening to that. Yeah, I was already over anyway. Good timing. Okay, let's see. Okay, right. What? Okay, we're getting some time signature shifting, picking up speed. Okay. All right. Oof. Okay. Oof. Nice. Oh, right back into that. Nice. Nice chops. Nice chops. Give it again. Okay. Definitely chilling now. Oof, breathy. Oof. in the MIDI. Oh my god. Oh man, I'm gonna be fucking going crazy with some of this shit, bro. Oh my god. You don't understand what I can do with all this audio, especially when I know it's mine. Like, dude, I'm gonna turn some of this shit into the craziest stuff. Oh man, that was cooking. Oh my god. So like, when I'm like, so one of the things, like when I'm talking about like turning something into a MIDI, for those of you who aren't music savvy or anything like that, what I'm talking about is simply clipping a piece of the music that I really like the audio from, and then because this is on Suno and it's all able to be fucking, you know, spliced down and shit finally and everything, I can take the sample specifically from the sound, like melody that I'm hearing in my head from here, the sound that I liked, I can turn it into a MIDI, which is going to give me the score for that exact melody. That means I know exactly which notes were making that melody. And I can take that melody and plant it into any other instrument or sound I can ever imagine or create. And that's the thing about music, is that a really good song has a melody that's unforgettable, and if you played it on any instrument, it just sounds good. Period. And there's infinite melodies we have yet to discover. We think we can ever discover all forms of music. You're fucking insane. How you can express any format of music is literally infinite in capacity. And to think that you can create every song that could ever be made, maybe by you even, is insane. Because like, it just doesn't even matter. Like, one person is capable of using the same fucking paint, no matter what, to make something new every time. Every time. As long as you have inspiration of some kind, there is nothing truly capable of saying you don't have anything else to paint because you've already painted everything. That's everything for you in your current ego, in your current form. And that's the only thing that's stopping you then. Because there's no fucking way. There's so much shit you can create, bro. It's not even funny. You just have to have the ability to have imagination and creativity. And it's something I don't think any human should afford to lose. Is that natural wonder. Didn't I start? I like starting off like that. So a lot of those start off the same. We're going to have to make sure that we give a slight shift to the next prompt so that way they don't start the same. I like how these all start though. They're nice, they clean, but it's just too similar in the intros. That was not bad. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad, but we need to now switch up the vibes completely. Let's change the story, and then we're going to change the scales. Alright, let's see. A good concept. That's dark. I like that. All right. Let's take this and give. Alrighty. Nice, nice. Perfect. All right, there we go. Untitled. Slain. Push. All right. This sounds amazing, don't get me wrong. I just feel like the time shifting needs to be a little bit more on point. Sounds good, but a little typical for what we've already been listening to. Okay, let's see. Sounds good, but sounds like some JoJo's kind of vibes. Alright, I think I have another idea. Okay. Yeah. That could be it, alright. Let's go, let's check this out. So we made a lot of progress on the sprint. Everything looks good. All right, let's see how this works out. Very clearly different, which is nice. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Hmm. It's alright. Could be better. That's nice. That should start it off deadly. Yeah, it sounds like the song for a villain. That's exactly what I was going for. Something that was like an antagonist you were encountering. I'm gonna turn that up a little bit. Let me run that back. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Oh, this is fucking perfect. That shit was good. That shit was good. That shit was good. I'm gonna have to let that one settle in the soul for a minute, because that shit was good. That shit was good. That was, oh my fucking god, that was clean. I'm not gonna lie. Definitely using that in something. Lots of good shit in there that went right. All right, let's see what this next one can do. Both vibes hit, right? I'm getting much better at my prompt engineering on this one. Both hit the exact energy I was going for. Yes, the time shifting is where I want things to be coming in here. Nice. Fucking shifts very nicely with the vibes, bro. That ending is so fucking abrupt, which is really good for the concept that I put in here. So you can't see the prompts that I'm using for this because that's where the fucking sauce is and that's where the secret is. I can't give you that. Not for free, at least. That motherfucker's gonna have to, like... If the world wants that shit publicly, I'm gonna have to put that bitch behind a ponding curve or something. Like, that motherfuckers is just gonna share that shit with everyone. I already know. The whole world wants it. I need that shit set behind a certain price tag. When that price is paid, the whole fucking world can have it. But when it comes down to my prompts, you're gonna have to figure that shit out on your own otherwise. Yeah, not everything I'm willing to give away. Like, nah, there's some things you definitely motherfuckers gonna have to pay for. Like, that's just how it is. It's too good otherwise. Like, it's not. Some shit is so good you need, paywall. Like, nah, fuck out of here, bro. I worked too hard to get this kind of shit together and work perfectly as I wanted to. That shit was perfect. Okay, let's focus. Let's see, like let's think of a good story vibe to go with, and I'll tell you guys this story this time. Like there's inspiration behind the vibes behind this. I'll give you one. Let's focus on the story of Akaza. That's a really good one. A man who becomes a criminal because he only wants to take care of his dying family, only to find that the criminal gets his family killed. His family killed. Let's see what this. Basically, I want to the story. Let's see. Okay. All right, let's see what we get from this. We'll name it Akaza. Uh, that was ass. That's ass. I'll just chat from here. All right. Yeah, I gotta get my hair done tomorrow before my meeting. Yep. And it takes about like a good 20-second delay from where I stream to everywhere else, but it's not too bad. All right. Let's run this one back so I can listen to it from the beginning. This sounds really good. I'm gonna run that back. I want to choose a different song. We re-listen to all this. Let's just figure out an issue. It sings. Let's work on that. Fucking hate body acne. Gotta wash everything on this shit. I'd love to know why my PR is not good enough for some of you. Because I'm not here to have an image of me sold to make the company look like a fucking certain thing. So I'd love to hear your personal reasons, Bitcoin Cash Tag. I'm just gonna stop getting mad at motherfuckers and wasting my time blowing up on ODA. It's one thing I take these tolerance breaks for, is to come back to myself and really recalibrate myself completely. But it doesn't change my philosophy on a lot of shit at all, or any dimensional level, when it comes down to people who have opinions on tone policing me, because I have every right to be as livid as motherfucking possible at this current world. And I have been livid with this world for a very long time, but I'm more surgical about that energy now. The fact that people just don't think a founder should act like that is the real problem. It's like how I act in a sense of like my tone is not really anything to do towards my actual actions. Like people look at, oh, he's yelling and screaming. What the fuck am I actually saying though? Are you listening to what I'm saying? Because a lot of you don't actually listen to what I'm saying. You just hear someone yelling and you just think negative, bad, oh my God, that's not good. That's called primitive. That's because you're not listening. You choose not to listen, so you'd rather judge someone based off of what they sound like rather than what they're actually objectively saying. And that's the problem, because a lot of you use this filter to think that you're more intelligent, because if somebody doesn't communicate through your format of what intelligence registers as, you'll just look at somebody as lesser than you, which is beautiful, because you can continue to underestimate my intelligence all you want. It'll prove itself through my work. That's that. Now, when it comes down to having a PR that specifically handles my image, I won't ever have that, actually. If you motherfuckers don't like me, peace. It's that simple. I'm gonna keep it like that, because I don't want to have any relationship with anyone in my circle of consciousness who doesn't respect the fact that I'm objectively mad for genuine reasons, and who would rather tone police me and worry about how I carry my energy than they actually do listen to the words that I'm genuinely fucking saying for what they are. Like, you're not listening to the message at all, most of you. And you just want things to be fed in a way where it benefits you and only you. Like, the last thing you give a fuck about is the children that are being raped in this world. You act like you do, but if your bags become compromised because of that, a lot of you stop giving a fuck. And that's something I don't respect. Like, if you're willing to make money at the expense of others in any way, shape, or form, and you're willing to stay silent as a company because you'd rather make money as a company to focus on, oh, if we don't make any money, then we can't keep alive. You're not doing something right. Like I said, I don't need you to like me at all or not. All I need is a small group of people who understand the fucking vision, the objective value that I'm creating, and build on that objective value. And there's plenty of fucking people with hella money who can do this with us that I don't need tens of thousands of them to do this. I don't even need hundreds of people to fucking do this efficiently. I need a small group of people who have capital, who know how to work with that capital efficiently to make this possible. But here we are convincing ourselves that I need everyone in the fucking world to do some shit when you people don't know how to do numbers. Anyway, I'm not speaking to everyone in the community, obviously. You have to understand how to separate yourselves from what I'm speaking. Because what I'm saying specifically targets the realm of consciousness and ego that perpetuates these thought patterns I'm identifying within that stream, and how I target those specific individuals who channel those thought patterns. That is specifically what I'm addressing, is people who have the arrogance to project certain thoughts into the space and then act like they understand what the fuck they're channeling on any dimensional level at all. Any aspect of intelligence is just fucking gone, because again, we're here tone policing rather than we are looking at the objective truth. Like, am I speaking the truth or am I filling the space with bullshit? Because all I give a fuck about is the truth. And that's something that all of you are willing to throw away for the sake of profit. I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to compromise what you call a soul. Like, and it's even worse because some of you call yourselves Christians, Muslim, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself. If it believes in what you call God, which is supposed to be good, like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, you don't listen at all. At all. And this is the reason why I can't stand religion of any kind, because you clearly don't fucking listen. You only hear what you want to hear so you can reinforce your ignorance and subjective faith. And I don't have fucking time for that shit, because I don't want to sit here and believe in anything. I don't know how many times I need to repeat that shit. I don't want to waste my time believing in God. I need to know God. And most of you will never know God because you don't know how to fucking meditate and listen. You won't actually come to an understanding of what that word actually means because you don't listen. You'll anthropologize, like I forget the fucking word for this, but you anthropomorphize everything as humans. And another problem is, as humans, we make the mistake of making ourselves special way too fucking often, where we think we're like fundamental to existence on every dimensional level. Like, no. And then you just assume you're right when you haven't tested your fucking theories or faith or anything. And you'd rather live in that blindly untested faith than actually test it against the sword of truth or against the feather of truth, whatever you want to fucking look at it at. You will not address that truth because you want to live in a comfortable lie. I'm not going to live in a comfortable lie. I'm going to be as honest with myself as I fucking have to be at all times to make sure I live at the highest objective truth in existence. And that's only possible when I'm being real with myself about exactly what the fuck is happening in front of me or not happening, within me or without me. If I ignore any objective data because I want to pretend or believe something is different than what it actually is, when we clearly all see the same thing for what the fuck it is, then I am going to call that a hallucination. That's all it is. I'm hallucinating when I live in my own subjective fucking world. We call it that shit that's been it for a long time. Now, if you're just hallucinating, that's because you're not validating. And if you're not validating through experience directly, where are you getting your validations from? Because the only real way you can test things against reality is through what we call gnosis, which is direct experiential fucking testing. You directly experience it yourself. You directly apply it yourself. You practice it yourself. But here we are, going through certain levels of ignorance as if we understand these things. And I don't stare at the camera all the time because it's just like a fucking waste of energy, just fucking looking into that when I'm going into a meditation on a specific subject. Because this is a meditation. This is definitely a meditation in consciousness where we observe things for what they really are. And many of you like to live in a fucking fantasy. Don't get me wrong, I think dreams are beautiful, but they hold no foundation a lot of the time for many of you, where you can't build your dreams off of just dreams alone. They need fundamentals to make those dreams fucking possible, to lay foundation in reality. If you want your dreams to meet reality, you have to understand the process it takes to manifest said dreams into reality. A lot of you have some crazy ass visions for yourselves in the future. But unfortunately, your current programming, your current ego, your current many things will not allow you to access that potential because you are not willing to let go of the things that you need to change within yourself or outside of yourself to see that reality come to existence. If you want to come to a reality where we're not all so fucking angry and suffering and dealing with being broke all the time, and you don't have to worry about somebody fucking up your money or your bags because you're afraid of pump and dumps and shit like that constantly happening, you need to stop investing into the wrong things and actually doing the research to understand what you're dealing with. You should stop policing the tone of people as much as you start policing their actions. I don't really care about somebody talking or yelling as much as I care about them literally bundling and dumping the token on multiple levels when they launch it. And then don't even stick to one token. How many fucking developers have multiple projects and multiple tokens that they don't even consistently build at least one sustainable project? Build one sustainable project that they can continually build everything else off of. That's something I've noticed from starting and working in this space. You start getting caught up by all these different possibilities and potentials, and you want to start this project, that project, this project. I'm guilty of it. I have tons of shit I want to do. My community knows that. There's a ton of fucking shit I want to build. But I can't build any of those things objectively if I don't have a foundation. That's a dream at that point. There's a ton of subjective shit I want to make. Anime, animations, movies, video games, all that kind of shit. I love that stuff, but I can't work on that without having an objective foundation for those economies to all move through. Plain and simple, not even just the money side of it. You still need other foundations for these economies to become possible the way I see it. And this is where an AI company, and a tech company, and a software company became the foundation for what I needed to build. Because without those things, I'm not going to make any of that other shit possible. At all. And when it comes down to it, it's just, you need to create solid foundations. This is where having a platform where we can move liquidity efficiently and securely through the ecosystem we all want to take part in, where it's done in a way where we filter out what tokens can actually make way onto the platform. One thing that we as a company will take a hard stance against is meme tokens. That is something I've always fucking hated. Even when I've actively participated in meme tokens now and again, I've never truly enjoyed the process, because you end up in something that you have to sell at some point or another before you get someone, everyone else gets fucked. It's a big ass game of hot potato, because you're dealing with vaporware and fucking vibes. That's it. It's just vibes. Oh, just pure subjective value. And I don't think that does anything for anybody at all. If anything is going to actually serve the space, you want things that can maintain other token ecosystems along with their liquidity infrastructure,
making sure they have a good depth of liquidity that can be well divided across their fucking, price. And this is where DLMMs come into play, where I have direct control over the kind of spread my price bands are going through. If I want them spread by, 0.5% or, a full percent, I can control all that. And this is the beautiful thing about that level of control and liquidity, is that you need different levels of depth depending on the market volatility, right? And then now this is where, for those of you who are experienced with like market making outside of DeFi, this will become interesting to you, because some of you in DeFi, you already understand exactly why DLMMs work so well. Because when you're able to allocate your liquidity exactly where you want in the market, you can concentrate the fee generation dramatically. It doesn't matter how many people take part in it. If actually more people take part, it becomes more profitable for everyone as well. There's no real downside for more people getting involved. If anything, the more people that get involved, the more money you all collectively make through this ecosystem. The only ones who are really losing are the ones who are just constantly panic selling and don't trade through a sense of fucking just common sense. They don't understand the market. They're just trying to get rich quick tomorrow, and that's what they're going to fail to do every time, because they're not thinking about fucking consistency. When it comes down to it, if you understand how fee generation works, and you understand how price action works, you understand you want to be exactly where price action is most volatile. And you don't want your fees to be outside of those ranges or too tight within a range that's not being activated. You want highly active liquidity. And that means even if you had only $10,000, $20,000, you only want it within the high and low of the market through that day. And this is where rebalancing agents come into play. This is where understanding the economics of the infrastructure come into play. These are all things I know I'm going to perfect on this platform with our community. And that's something, again, that you can't rush into. You just need to make sure you're actually educating yourself. And a lot of you have the ability to educate yourself. I'm going to be building out entire universities on this platform, entire courses on this platform, tests and everything that are fully validated from other fucking veterans in the space to make sure that you guys do not lose on the opportunity to make yourselves better DeFi navigators. So you can navigate trading in any format in this space and it work for you. Because I'm promising you, as we scale this, it's just a matter of time now. All we have to do is scale and perfect the infrastructure at this point. You see the platform is out, you see the DLMMs are working, you see that people are capable of claiming fees. This isn't some fucking pipe dream now. This isn't speculation. This is clearly here. What needs to happen is perfection. That's it. And that's the whole focus, is meditating on every dimensional angle necessary to create an infrastructure that actually serves most efficiently our liquidity in the market. DLMMs do that. They do that better than anything else. And the best way to utilize them is through knowing how they exactly work. And that's one thing, again, I'm going to make very clear. I'm doing my best to educate as many people as possible on how to do that. I will make them platform more user-friendly. I'm going to create a simpler interface for the platform as well. I will call it simple mode. That's something that's going to happen, but it's just a matter of organizing everything and making sure everything lines up efficiently. From there, we just start taking things to the next level. But yeah, I'm very, very excited. I am very, very excited. Blessings, SHX blessings. My focus is just making sure that we get things going. That's it. Those look amazing. Damn, I love like the little fucking things people are making, like their custom scissors, and that's sick. That's sick. Alright, yeah, anyway. I just want to keep things flowing, guys. That's it. I just want to make sure things flow most efficiently for everyone. I just want to make sure we're all winning. There's no point in me getting so angry, you know what I mean? That's why I smoke weed. Speaking of, let me pack up the volcano. But yeah, like, I don't really like wasting my time getting mad about shit, honestly. I like getting work done, and I like just moving through a space where I'm most lucid. I'm not lucid when I'm angry. I know that. That's for damn certain. You guys have got to all see it. You know, that's another thing. Like, there's a saying: if you can't handle me at my darkness, you don't deserve me within my light. You know what I mean? If you can't handle my darkness, you don't deserve my light. I agree with that shit though. Like, the worst you're gonna get from me is a really angry version of Eli. That's like about it. That is the worst of it. Is I'm super pissed and I have every fucking right to be. But there's a but. I want to be more surgical with my anger. I know that is a problem I need to address, and I'm going to do my fucking best to address that. So, I am not a perfect human being in any way, shape, or form, and nor will I ever claim to be. Even if I'm no longer human, I don't think I'll ever be what we consider perfect. I don't seek to become the ultimate singular creator of the universe. Too many people keep trying to find that or create that or become that, one of the three. And I think those are the biggest threats to humanity, are the people who are religious extremists more than anything. The religious extremists tend to be the biggest problems for humanity. And science can definitely be a religion, so I think it's very dangerous as well when it comes down to that. They convince themselves it's not, but it becomes its own dogmatic infrastructure in many ways. So, yeah, I don't know. Very hard to argue that you're not becoming just like them when you literally do everything just like them. Alrighty, so let's see. I made some more music. All right, let's change. All right, this was a good one. First one. Let's move on. Let's change the theme of our music a little bit. I want to find you. See now. Thinking something about SIBO from Blam. Yeah, it doesn't know about SIBO apparently. Those are the super ones, yeah. Brilliant scientist who gets imprisoned for centuries. Her body decays to almost nothing. She rebuilds herself, dies repeatedly, transfers her consciousness into new bodies, eventually enters the net sphere and transforms into a level 9 safeguard. Eventually losing her personality entirely, reverts to a childlike state, and ultimately her genetic information survives in the sphere and hatches at the edge of the city. It's fucking insane. It's crazy ass concept. I have to really read the anime. The whole anime seems like it's a really good fucking journey through like dark fantasy and tech and all kinds of cool shit. A brilliant woman in prison by her own ambition. Her body decays over centuries, but her mind survives. She rebuilds herself again and again through new forms until she transcends humanity and loses herself entirely. But a seed of who she was survives beyond the end. Yeah. This is really good. This is a really good concept. I want to build this out. See if we get a good song out of it. Let me work on this. Make sure I'm doing my work here. Figure out a contact has broken approval chain for make sure I start this before I hit my. Yeah, I get way too high when I smoke dabs now. Like when I smoke anything too strong, like, bro, like, nah, it's fucking way too intense. Way too strong. It's not bad, like, it's just, you know, we gotta learn how to handle it and ride the wave. Like, if you're gonna be that high, like, if you smoke a whole blunt to the face, basically, right now, like, I'd be peaking to the point where I'm leaving my body. Like having a tolerance break for like 3 weeks was beautiful for that exact reason. I smoke enough now, I'm actually able to get high, and my meditations are so much more fucking, so much better. So much better. It's very satisfying. Okay, let's make sure we work. This is pretty straightforward. Let's pull out some strawberry mochi. Like, people would think I sell weed with how much weed I got. No, I used to back in the day. I'm not gonna hide that. That's what I used to do. Oh, fuck. At this point, goddamn government eats babies and shit. The last thing I care about is people knowing I sold weed at one point. It's like... It's like, oh man, he used to sell weed. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, I sold the holy plant. Shit. Fucking made sure people had actual medicine. Like, fuck is you talking about? Out of all the things we could be providing people in substances, everybody else wants to sell fucking Valium and Oxys and fucking, like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You know this shit's not good for you, and you're over here fucking with it. You could smoke weed forever, and this shit would not kill you. And it's being more proven every day than anything else. Apparently, I don't even know if this is true. I gotta double check, but somebody can double check for me if anyone wants to look into it. Apparently, in the Epstein files, they talk about why cannabis was actually made illegal. And I'm like, whoa. Like, or why it's actually also being kept illegal. Not just why it was made illegal, but why it's being kept illegal. And it was quite simply because of a theory a lot of stoners just come to when they smoke weed, ironically. They all come to a similar theory. I've met fucking plenty of people who smoke weed and they just start thinking this shit on their own without any prompt. And it's that, what if they just don't want you thinking? Because when you smoke, you tend to think about shit. You think differently. You think more clearly about shit sometimes. Now, don't get me wrong, some people get smoked, they get high, and they just go retarded. But not everybody. A lot of people, they smoke and they start really registering shit and pattern matching, and their brain starts working more. And what if that's really the case? Like, that's what a lot of people say. In the Epstein files, apparently that's the fucking case. That is actually the fucking reason why they don't. Well, this is apparently supposed to be in Epstein files. I'm not saying I know from validation of myself. I didn't get to check myself yet because I'm too fucking busy. But if somebody else wanted to check and validate this, that'd be dope. Because it would give us proof that these people don't really care about your health. They care more about controlling you than anything else. And we've already known that forever. Like, that's not a surprise to us at this point. Like, if you're still falling for the system at this point, you deserve what they do to you. Like, I don't know how you continue to offer yourself to a fucking system or society that clearly does not give a fuck about your existence. And their bet is that there will be enough of you that are stupid enough to offer yourselves to them or work for them, one or the other, because they just believe many of you are truly fucking evil. Like, they genuinely believe, like, most of humanity must be evil enough to follow a lot of this shit, or programmable to be evil enough to follow all this shit, as long as there's strong enough incentive. You know what I mean? Using that incentive as your family, which is why the blackmail comes into play. Like, there's a strong enough incentive there to keep their whole lives together, so if I get good enough blackmail on you, shit, bro, you're not doing anything against me, trust me, because you know the minute you do that, your life is over anyway. So it doesn't really matter. You'll do whatever you have to in your power to make sure I exist comfortably. As long as that's the thing, like, I don't think people understand how bad some of this blackmail has to be, because you know Jeffrey Epstein did not die, and he didn't even kill himself. Both things didn't even happen, right? Not only is this man still alive somewhere, but he is still doing what he does, for sure. Like, what he's known for doing. Fucking certain of it. And yet, here we are, convincing ourselves that all this war and all this chaos and shit, like, we're literally going to war because pedophiles don't want to be brought to justice. Like, because they're everywhere. They're in every every last one of these motherfucking nations that are involved in this conflict. And for some fucking reason, they just rather push that shit than, well, not some reason, it's kind of obvious. They'd rather push a war than let themselves become the target of a huge, huge revolution. Which is bound to happen one way or another, because there's only so many times you can remind people that you're being ruled by pedophiles before they have to, like, snap. You know what I mean? It's like, what can we do about it? Kill them. You can kill them. That's literally what we did in every goddamn revolutionary war where we had to claim our goddamn rights. I don't think you understand in any point of history where there was a peaceful revolution that actually served its people to the point where your sovereign rights were restored through that revolution peacefully when you were dealing with tyrants. When you're dealing with tyrants and genuine tyranny, you're not getting your rights back unless you kill the people involved with taking them. Plain and simple. Unless you kill the people involved or jail them forever, because this is treason against humanity and its people, or any form of intelligence. It doesn't even fucking matter. We don't even have to consider just humans here. This would be a fucking problem in any form of intelligence. If you're an intelligent being and you allow this shit, that is a fucking problem. You cannot be complicit in a system that clearly violates the sovereignty of another entity in any way, shape, or form. Because when you take part in that, when you allow that shit to move through you, you're facilitating your own, not just ignorance, but compliance in that reality. And this is where willful ignorance is not something I condone, because I'm not going to willfully be ignorant and blind to the collective situation of what the fuck is going on here. That doesn't serve my company. My company is only served by understanding how to protect itself from that level of ignorance. So why would I want to harm my business in any way, shape, or form by ignoring the global situation that is objectively happening to influence and affect every last one of us on this fucking planet? My purpose is to serve this planet as much as possible with objective value. And I can't do that if I'm lying to myself. Plain and simple. But yet, here we're going to be lying to ourselves, telling ourselves that this shit is not as much of a fucking problem as it clearly is. And yet y'all want to police my tone, and you want to make me calm, and you want to be surprised that I'm so angry when people waste my fucking time and my energy when I'm trying to serve something that doesn't require me to believe in God, doesn't require me to believe in anything other than just being a decent fucking person. Instead of just being a piece of shit who only wants to take advantage of other people, I actually become someone who genuinely serves other people. Because I don't know, I have guilt when I do stupid shit. I have shame when I do stupid shit. I feel stupid when I do stupid shit, and I can objectively observe that it was fucking dumb. But for some reason, so many of you would rather run away from the fucking pain of those emotions instead of embracing the knowledge that you're supposed to gain from it, so you don't repeat the same shit. And most of you just put it off into the shadow, never address it, never leave your program checked, and you just leave all these problems unchecked. And then from there, where are you going? What are you doing? How are you benefiting yourself in any way, shape, or form when you are not honest with yourself about your own bullshit? And yet you expect me to want to be a part of a world that can't hold itself accountable in its own mistakes. If I have to be accountable of my mistakes, you motherfuckers are going to have to be accountable for yours. Plain and simple. My mistake is letting myself take part in a system that clearly violates children. My mistake is letting a system continue to exist that continues to violate children. Should I make an excuse as to I am not powerful enough, I need to do whatever the fuck I need to do as a human being to obtain whatever power is necessary to do something about that. I don't give a fuck. Even if that power is delegated to me through other people who do not feel capable of doing that, so be it. But I need enough people who are truly sovereign and intelligent enough to facilitate that regardless if I am or not. It needs to be a decentralized network of self-regulation, of self-protected sovereignty. Because if we want a planet where people's sovereignty on every dimensional level is respected as they ascend to their highest potentials, you cannot just assume that's going to be protected because people are good people. That is going to be something that is written into a protocol, that is written into a code, that is written into a law, which is just code for humanity to fucking follow. That is it. Everything is very much like a machine, which is why we confuse base reality with a simulation, because it follows a code, a fucking protocol. Is it true or is it not? It ultimately comes down to these two fucking things. And if you're dealing with somebody who's a fucking liar and who can't be truthful, you're going to be dealing with something that is infinitely a fucking problem. And if you have to, and this is really where it all comes down to. This is really where it all comes down to. Are they lying to you or are they not? Is it true or is it not true? And if you're in a space where you're dealing with information that is fake, not true, unreal, because it doesn't want to be honest about the experience it's carrying or the data it's carrying or whatever format of fucking anything it's carrying, once that comes through in a corrupted format, because it cannot be clear and transparent about these two basic fucking signals, you're dealing with corrupted forms. And once you start dealing with corrupted forms, you just need to start moving the fuck on and stop wasting your time with these entities. Again, it doesn't matter where they come from. I don't give a fuck religions you believe in. I don't give a fuck if it's been a god to you for your entire existence. Should that God ever come to you as a liar, you should challenge that God. I don't give a fuck. You are not going to lie to me and expect me to be happy about you lying to me. Regardless of what your reasons are, benevolent or not, lying is still fucking lying. And people do not, no form of consciousness appreciates being lied to. No matter what. No one likes being manipulated on any dimensional level. This is one of the main reasons why I want to avoid being around individuals who would perpetuate that on any dimensional level through my company, through me, through my network, through my friends, through anything. I don't want to be around people who have to hide who they are. Like, if you're in a relationship, you have a girlfriend, be loyal to this person. If you have a boyfriend, be loyal to this fucking person. It doesn't matter which side you are, girl or boy, I don't give a fuck. If you're one of my friends, I want to see you actually live your goddamn word and be real with that. If you know you can't be a loyal partner in a relationship, don't fucking be in one. It's not so fucking hard. Like, if I know I'm gonna cheat on you, why the fuck am I gonna be in a relationship then? I just need to be honest with myself and say, I like to fuck a lot. So, I'm sorry, babe, I can't do that because I know I'm gonna fuck someone else eventually. You're gonna have to find somebody who's not a hoe like me. That's it. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not here to slut shame. Be a hoe. That's fucking perfectly fine to me. Just be honest about that shit. If you're in a relationship, be genuine about that. If you're not in a relationship, be genuine about that. It's not something that I'm thinking about like on issues. I think that's a very applicable thing to a lot of things in life. Just being honest about your connection to shit and how deeply invested you are into shit. My volcano. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that's strong. Fuck. I might have to turn down the temperature a little bit. Yeah, 92. Oof. A little rough on the throat. On the pipes. The passes key, both shoes are replaced. Alright.
right. Scientists imprisoned for ambition, devised mind doors. Yes, it's definitely an interesting SIBO. Alright, let's build that out. I'll do this more often, because like I like vibing like this and shit like this. Like when I'm in my next spot, I'll definitely set up for this to be more like dope. Take this a lot more seriously, and just, you know, I'm gonna let people get to experience me for who I am. Like if you like me, cool. If you don't like me, whatever, bro. Like I'm just working at the end of the day and getting shit done. All I really care about is making sure I get shit done. That's it. I move much more organized for some reason when I'm high. That shit is crazy. It just like cleans up my brain. I don't know how, but it feels like it does. It cleans up a fog. Let's address that last issue. I'm going to keep working on a few more things before my meetings tomorrow. I have one meeting tomorrow that I'm going to hop on a call for. It shouldn't take me much longer. Then we have to do at 2 p.m. Yeah, this shit is like great because you're not like due to the carcinogenic effect of smoking, like, you know, smoking. That's why I like the vape, you know. And then also on top of that, we're not smoking nicotine here. We're smoking just straight fucking ganja. And that's the best part. It's a medical fucking blessing. It's unfortunately only medical here in Thailand, but gratefully I have multiple medical reasons to be using it, as you fucking can obviously see. PTSD, all that good shit. That shit is loud as fuck. It's a little annoying on headphones. Okay, cool, sweet. Alrighty, everything seems good. We have some false positives. Yeah, I feel like they have models that are so good right now that if they release, they know the world's about to shift. There's somebody who's got like, I don't think anybody's got AGI. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna get like the kind of like shit yet that we think AGI is gonna be, because humans are evolving just as rapidly as AI now. Whether you realize it or not, the human brain is infinitely more capable than you realize. And we're overlooking how fast we are evolving in consciousness as a species, which is kind of funny to me, because we're just not slowing down enough to look at the bigger picture of what the fuck is really going on
And yeah, it's understandable. You get caught up in this shit, real quick. It's easy to drive you fucking mad. Just like that. All right, nice and cooked. All right, let's see what we got with SIBO. Okay. It does use his voice aspect a lot. Ugh, that shit goes crazy though. Yes. Yeah. Damn.
It's like they're using the same instruments, but they're like the same ingredients, but how they bring the ingredients together is very well, very different. Very different each time, honestly. Using the instruments very, very well. That was not bad. That was not bad. That was not bad. Those two were decent. We need to like get a new one. We're working on a new one. I'm still doing work on the website too. Doop doop doop. Let's see. I'll grab that in a minute. Let's see. Cool. Try this. Alright. Yeah, nah, I'm going for the dark vibes today. Let's down, no, 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 no. No. Nah. 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 Still too trapped in the same sound. It's still. Let's see. Style influence needs to be stronger. We'll go with 72. I don't know why it changed so much. Weirdness, we'll go with 34. Let's see. No, it's just too similar to everything else's essence as it starts. not clearly different vibes enough. I don't know. I can't have songs that sound too close together. It just doesn't feel like a journey anymore. Like to me, music is a whole experience. Like straight up. Like every song needs to make me feel like something, like right off the rip of listening to it. And like this one. Like even though the other songs kind of sound similar and start off similar, this one just feels very genuine for some reason. It just has like a depth to it that the other songs just don't have. Now this is definitely like I guess a bias in some ways. I don't know exactly what I'm chasing when I look for music. I can't entirely put it into words, but there's an energy that like it has to make the hair on my skin like just fucking, I have to feel like the electromagnetic field in me just activates on a completely different level when I listen to the song. And if I don't feel like basically my chakras are being activated type shit, I don't fuck with it. Like I just don't. Like I need to feel like the shit just opens up the third eye or just like, okay, what the fuck is this? You know, and yeah, it's not even about the like spiritual side of it as much as it is like the weight of that experience. Don't get me wrong, I'm not downplaying the spirit. I'm just saying it's not as much about that. It is the weight of that experience as a whole. Like I like the journey there too, and the whole unique aspect I have from it, but it's not exactly why I'm so deeply involved with it. Like I'm more involved with it because of the knowledge I gain and everything from those journeys and shit like that. I like learning a lot and then being able to do things with that knowledge to create more shit. Doesn't mean I won't be without an ego. You can't be without an ego as well. There's too many people out there who try to reduce the ego completely and completely divide themselves from the ego. You need to understand that the ego is something that will always exist in some form or another. It's about whether or not you have direct control over its format or if you're programming it yourself consciously or not. Sounds kind of crazy, but the ego is constantly reforming itself. It's constantly reshaping its identity at all times. The most dangerous form of ego is someone who convinces themselves they have no ego at all. That's some of the most dangerous shit because you think you've transcended identity itself, where you no longer have any form of unique identity of any kind. You're just this blob of oneness that's existed with the entire stream and flow of existence and everything that is. And it's like, it's cool and all, but this is where you end up with entities that become like demiurges and like people that convince themselves there's like one singular force of consciousness that is the ruler of all that is, and they're the intermediaries of this force. You have a lot of things that move through some superiority where they seek to place themselves above the entire network of being and think of themselves as higher than all that is, as its source or its creator or whatever, like the first. And whatever. There's a ton of reasons why someone can enter this pattern where they flow into this format of consciousness where they think they're above everything else that is. And don't get me wrong, we know a few different people on this planet who have this philosophy, not just one specific group of people, like, you know, the Zionists and shit like that. Like, they're one great obvious example, but there's plenty others on this planet who have religious views that place themselves as superior to others, and they have done so for generations. To ignore any pattern of consciousness that does that within yourself is a part of ignorance and something that doesn't serve your consciousness on any dimensional level. Like, your spirit doesn't have the ability to ascend if you don't show true honesty with yourself at the end of the day. Like, ascension is a process of eliminating patterns of your consciousness that don't actually serve your ability to evolve to its highest potentials. And you can't actually move to your higher potentials if you're not being real with yourself at the very minimum.
at the very minimum. If you're gonna lie to other people, that's one thing. But if you lie to yourself, like, what the fuck are you really doing? And I don't think you should lie to other people. You shouldn't live a life where you have to live a lie. Like, if you live a life where you have to live a lie, you've let a world around yourself be created that allows the truth to become punished. And if the truth has to be punished in a sense where, depending on what the truth is with you, like, I don't know what that is all the time, because some of these people, their truths are they think pedophilia should be okay, and I'm like, all right, and you should die. So it's like, that's not a truth I'll ever agree with, because I can't even see that as a truth. That's definitely a personal opinion more than it is anything. But there's those people who've convinced themselves that that's their God-given right to do these things, right? So I think we as a species need to remember to keep church and state separate for a reason, something our founding fathers tried to do, but unfortunately we did a terrible job maintaining, like we did many other things, along with our sovereignty as American people. But again, that's a discussion for another time. Let's see. I have like a document I'll be sharing specifically on that will go in depth as to how exactly we've gone from understanding sovereignty to not understanding it at all, where people have pseudo understandings of sovereignty, and we don't actually utilize that pattern of consciousness effectively as people. Self-sovereign, like, governance is something that requires you to be present and actively involved, but you have to understand what these things mean. You have to understand your rights. Knowing your rights was a huge thing for me growing up. The more you know your rights, the better you are able to protect yourself from shit. Plain and simple. If you don't know your rights, you need to better educate yourself at all times. And if you see your rights being taken from you, you need to put yourself in a position where your rights have to be respected by a sovereign order. And that's not an easy thing to maintain or obtain. You have to maintain it and obtain it through direct action. And too many people do not understand that. Like, freedom is not free. It requires a lot of energy and maintenance and self-control. And you need to know how to tap into the source for that shit. Trust me. Because if you can't tap into the source, you're going to get drained. And once you get drained, well, you're fucked. You're going to have to figure shit out. But once you have access to the source itself, it's not money. Trust me, money is a tool here. It's not the bigger picture. If you're looking at this again through a lens of materialism, you're looking at one lens that matters, can't be removed from it, but not the whole picture. You have to look a little bit deeper than that. And it's weird. It's definitely weird. I feel like as we get closer to the realm of where AI starts to have access to much higher levels of knowledge as well, it'll make this more clear for a lot of us. All right, so everything looks good. Alright, so let's check sprint 13.
All right, let me see, what do we get here? Hmm. No, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling any of those. They're not calling to my soul. And I don't hear them calling out. No. No sweet love. Not at all. No sweet love in that. No calling out. It's just, it's not there. It doesn't hit me like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Like I don't get like, you know, I don't get something that hits the soul yet. Like there's a book, it's something. Don't get me wrong. I know he's a dark character, but great vibes overall. Let me try Pro V5. Like for some reason, I just feel like this model just doesn't do very good at understanding differences. It's just like constantly giving me too much similar of an energy. Like in the riff, everything. It's like even though I've changed a ton of different aspects of it already. Yeah. Come on. What the fuck? You see what I'm saying? Like the model changed, really changed the entire vibe completely. And I'm sure if I play other songs from this model now, because this older model is definitely a little bit more stable when it comes down to navigating, this 5.5 seems to go through a very specific channel of energy. But yeah, we'll see. Well, they seem to both be doing that, unfortunately, at this moment. Still good, though. No. This sounds too foggy. So, I need to make more pretty. Alright, let me get back to this. Did you read it? Okay, so everything's done. Open, deferred 19, order deferred. It's been deferred. We'll have to review that later. Okay, now we can start addressing things that actually can be more productive for me. Filing. Just push. Test all this. Be right back and get some water. Alright. Let's start. Organizing some shit. Alright. Hey, you mean 10. Alright, I'm waiting for that commit to push through. Quite some time. Okay. Alright, we're done. We're loaded. Let me make sure it all fucking works.
So much work has been put in the last 2 days. It's the weekend too. Alright, we go to DLMM. Make sure that loads up appropriately. Make sure the mission tab loads up appropriately. No, please get the fuck out of my face. Ah, my fucking god. Alright, everything else seems to be fine though. Let me, this fucking shit. I want this part to be fixed immediately because it would make missions so much easier. It's one of the slice of life improvements I made that should work, and it's very easy. It's just a very simple fucking fix. It's crazy how I'm getting all this super complicated shit down right, but I can't like get this simple shit right. Like, it's like the AI is getting too good to the point where it only is good at complicated shit, and it's just like simple shit. It's like, too simple, me too smart for simple shit. It's like, yo, bro, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, that's absolutely annoying. Alright, anyway. Fixing that. Alright. Multi-P&L. There's no fucking way that's accurate, unfortunately. P&L. Definitely not accurate. No, that shit's accurate. We're gonna have to get something really worked out here. It looks like it's all pretty much connected though, which is nice. Now that everything is wired correctly, I can just clean up the actual fucking shit. Okay, actually, yeah, it's showing the fees earned and everything perfectly here. The P&L should be fucking possible to draw from this. This is actually the accurate P&L. My IL is actually even calculated accurately. Holy shit. Except for in here, it's not. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, so, alright. It tells me if I had some impermanent loss, so it needs to calculate that both ways. If the price goes up, what I would have made compared to that moving up, yeah, it needs to calculate that too. We're close, we're close, we're close. The LP positions look like they're going to be fixed pretty well. Yeah, we just need to make sure the math is going correct both ways. Both ways. I'd say the biggest thing is just making sure impermanent loss is calculated correctly, because that is a confusing equation. We just need to keep it simple, consistent. Once we have one equation, we use that equation universally across any field that calculates impermanent loss. It doesn't matter where it is in the system, it globally uses that equation at this point forward. When it comes to something beyond that, let's see. Where? Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's just. database is going to be much more efficient for everybody. Yeah, my focus is the data has to be highly accurate so that way when you're dealing with your model and when you're dealing with yourself, when an agent is moving through this platform, they need to know exactly how things are working, is working, like everything you get, like RPC, API wise, all that data is perfect. That's the most important thing for me right now, is what I'm working on. Beyond anything else, I don't care about anything else. Like, highly accurate data is a must for me. And unfortunately, that's something I have to make sure of myself. All right, cool. Open that. I'm gonna fix this. Because I think we did put this token backwards, unfortunately. Like, it seems like it was supposed to be quoted this way, but it's not. Like, I have a feeling it's supposed to still go the other way, but it's just for Bitcoin. It's weird. Why? We need to understand this. Yeah.
Take a shower. Working my ass off. Turn it down a little bit.
Not bad. No. Eh. Not bad, not bad. Yeah. God damn, we're gonna get somewhere comfortable in a bit. I gotta wash all my fucking clothes.
That definitely sounds like some berserk shit. That shit went pretty hard, actually. That was pretty cool. Alright, let's see if this sounds bad. Okay. Hmm. That's terrible. That's absolutely horrible. You're supposed to be lyricless, bitch. What are you doing? You're over here citing some of the inspo. Don't do that. Don't do that, dumb shit. Terrible. That's more like it. That's more like it. All right. Not bad, not bad. Hmm. Hmm. Good shit, good shit. Not bad. There we go. That's nice. That's delicious. Mm. That octave shift was perfect. Mm. Yeah, since they all do that, only one of those can exist like that. So I'm gonna have to just keep this one. All right, screenshot the console error. Boom, boom, boom. Commit update so far. All right, on a new vibe.
There we go. It's another good one. Mm. These are both pretty good. I'll move on to another one now. While I keep working on this. First Hill should pick it up.
Hmm. Yeah, this song goes really good. Really, really good. I gotta get another song ready though. Need one. Hmm. 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 Trying to make sure the mission tablet loads appropriately. It's going through an infinite loop bug that I keep missing. I'm just trying to make sure everything follows functional programming. There's a lot of stuff that needs to adhere to those protocols, so that way I never run into these bugs again. And keep things modular, so that way they serve another component where they're supposed to. That's alright. I'm about to stop streaming because it's like 2, 3 in the morning, goddamn. Alright, I'm gonna stop streaming. I did not think I was streaming this long. Just got locked in the zone doing both this work and music at the same time, so definitely enjoyed that session, but I gotta get up early. And some shit. And then I also have to, yeah, I just need to get some fucking sleep in general. But, yeah, I think it's a good time for you to snack real quick, play the game a little bit before I go to bed, and then get back to this tomorrow. But, yeah, I'm going to try to get the next update up with a lot of, like, just overall quality of life improvements and just making sure the data does exactly what we all expect it to fucking show. That's a big fucking thing for me right now. I'm just making sure all the data lines up, the equations are accurate, and yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow or something, or some other time this week. But you'll see me around on Discord and shit like that, most certainly.